존경하는 천일국 지도자, 사랑하는 축복 가정
Respected
여러분,
Cheonbo leaders and
안녕하십니까?
beloved blessed families, good morning, good morning, good morning. I am truly happy to meet you all today. Today we're celebrating the historic 8th anniversary of the Holy Ascension of Sun Myung Moon, the true parents of heaven, earth, and humankind, and I'll be the MC prior to the main ceremony. And I am Director Bang Seung-mang of the International Headquarters. Greetings, everyone. Today's ceremony is being conducted online and to ensure that today's event is victorious, we're strictly keeping all the quarantine guidelines, and we ask everyone else also to keep the quarantine guidelines of your own nations. But first, we'll check also the sound. Can you hear me well, everyone? Can you hear well the translations, the interpretation? If you can, please wave your hands. If you can hear us well, everyone, please wave your hands. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. So today's live broadcast will be provided in 8 languages. We'll have Korean, Japanese, English, Spanish, French, and Chinese, Portuguese, and Thai. So our interpretation going on well too as well. If you can hear all the interpretation really well, please wave your hands, everyone. If you can hear interpretation well, please wave your hands. Thank you so much. So I will brief you on today's program. So today's program will be divided into 4 main parts. The first part will be the main ceremony. The second will be the Hyojeong cultural special musical. And the third would be the Hyojeong cultural performance. And the fourth would be a special documentary on true parents' life courses that will consist of 6 videos on true parents. So through this 8th anniversary of True Father's Holy Ascension, let us all think of Father's heart of Hyojeong and their traditions. So let us become a time where we can really inherit their hearts and their spirits and their vision for the will. So for now, we'll have an opening performance to mark the beginning of this 8th anniversary of True Father's Holy Ascension. So we'll have a singer, a classical singer of Korean songs, which is called Kugak, and is quite popular actually, and has been coming out on a lot of TV shows. So it's she will be singing traditional songs. So please welcome Mrs. Yoon, everyone, with a big round of applause. I'm sorry, it's a guy.
말할 걸 그랬지 님이 아니면 못 산다 할 것을 사랑한다고 말할 걸 그랬지 망설이다가 가버린 사람 마음 주고 눈물 주고 꿈도 주고 마음 주고 눈물 주고 꿈도 주고 멀어져 갔네 님은 먼 곳에 영원히 먼 곳에 망설이다가 가버린 사람 가버린 사람 가버린 사람 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
여러분 안녕하세요. 저는 소리꾼
morning.
유태평양입니다.
My name is Yoo
반갑습니다.
Tae-kyung-yang, and I'm a Korean traditional singer. Everyone, nice to meet you all.
먼저
First of all,
이정명 총재님의
I would like to
성화 8주년을
congratulate you on the 8th anniversary of the Holy Ascension of Reverend Sun Myung, and I am truly honored and grateful to be able to stand today on this stage.
또한
And more than anything
또 지금
else,
시기가 시기인 만큼
because as you all know of the current situation of the
4개국의 많은 분들께서
all the people, all of you from 194 countries. I know that you're also here with us from 194 countries, and I'm so truly happy to be able to be here. And it is also my hope that the COVID-19 pandemic can quickly, be resolved, and so a day can come when I can really meet you in person instead of online. The first song that I sang just now is "My Beloved is Far Away." And I believe that it really matches with today's ceremony. And the second song that I'll be singing is 인연, which means like a fated, destined connection or relation. Thank you.
약속해요 이 순간이 다 지나고 다시 보게 되는 그날 모든 걸 버리고 그대 곁에 서서 남은 길을 가리란 걸 인연이라고 하죠 거부할 수가 없죠 내 생에 이처럼 아름다운 날 또 다시 볼 수 있을까요 고달픈 삶의 길에 당신은 선물인 걸 이 사랑이 녹슬지 않도록 늘 닦아 비출게요 이리 오너라 업고 놀자 이리 오너라 업고 놀자 사랑 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 내 사랑이야 사랑이로구나 내 사랑이야 내 사랑이로다 아멘 또 내 사랑아 운명이라고 하죠. 거부할 수가 없죠. 내 생에 이처럼 아름다운 날 또 다시 볼 수 있을까요? 고달픈 삶의 길에 당신은 선물인 것. 먼 길 돌아 다시 만나는 날 나를 놓지 말아요. 이 생에 못다한 사랑, 이 생에 못다한 인연, 먼 길 돌아 다시 만나는 날 나를 놓지 감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you.
여러분 모두 건강하시길
Everyone, please stay safe and in good health. Thank you again.
We miss you, Father. We miss you more and more as the years pass and our love for you grows deeper. We miss your boundless love through which you raised us to be your sons and daughters.
사랑하는 축복가정 여러분, 여러분의 가진 섬은 벌써 천을 완성시키자는 천년의 불을 내리고 있습니다. 피할 수 없는 숙명의 길입니다. 용기를 내어 일어서십시오.
Dear true Father, as you have requested, the Unification community is now supporting Mother and walking the path with her in response to heaven's call. And we are working to realize your dream to live even for one day in God's kingdom. April 11th, 1960 was the holy day when a great transition in the history of civilization took place. I will give you the crown of glory. It was the pledge a 16-year-old boy made in his heart. She will be the heavenly bride. The holy wedding, father's marriage with the only begotten daughter, based on conditions set over 3 generations, was the advent of the true parents. The footprints of the true parents who went beyond Korea and throughout the world to raise true sons and daughters was the noble course to build a world of lasting peace. Your words of encouragement to the blessed families awakened the core of our souls. Your prayers and utmost effort to console God opened our closed hearts. True Father, your sole purpose in life was to realize heaven's will. The work you pursued across the world in all fields of endeavor, based on your vision for one family under God, laid the foundation to save humankind and to firmly establish Cheonilgu. Even before we knew, you had also prepared the environment for true mother from early on.
어머님이 이제 아버지가 대등한 자리에서 모든 것을 대신도 할 수 있고 대행도 할 수 있다는 사실을 여러분 알겠어요? 그렇기 때문에 통일교 문선생 하게 되면 통일교 문선생 하게 되면 여러분 생각할 때 통일교 문선생만 생각하지 말고 어머니도 생각해요.
The path through which humankind is to be saved was forged through thoughts only for our heavenly parent. In that way, true Father went forward, never looking back, for God's liberation and the salvation of all people. And through his last prayer before he ascended to heaven, he asked us to fulfill our mission as heavenly tribal messiahs. Today, as I have returned the conclusion of the final perfection to you, Father, I am aware that up to this moment I have offered my whole life to you. I declare that if tribal messiahs establish themselves as those who can represent nations and work to restore 387 nations, everything will be accomplished. Though Mother has suffered over the difficulties some family members have faced, she has nevertheless endured alone and overcome. Mother has remained true to the vow she made in front of True Father's holy remains to bring Cheonilguk to settlement on this earth. Taking one step at a time, carrying the heavy cross on her shoulders, she has cultivated one level of new hope after another.
아버님, 이제 이후로는 걱정하지 마십시오. 저희들이 기필코 책임 완수하겠습니다. 그러니 아버님께서는 영원한 본향원에서 그동안 외로웠던 하나님, 하늘 부모님을 위로하시며 성령의 대상으로 자유로워지시기를 간구합니다.
True Mother personally guided a 7-year course focused on the core strategies of witnessing, creating the environments for witnessing, and training future leaders. The 100th anniversary of True Father's birth and the 60th anniversary of True Parents' Holy Wedding were celebrated upon the foundation of the restoration of 7 nations, continents, and denominations. In the past 7 years, True Parents have established the International Summit Council for Peace, the International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, and the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development. And on that foundation, leaders from all over the world attended the events, beginning with the World Summit and concluding with the Hyojong Cosmic Blessing, which opened the way to the ceremony for the firm establishment of Cheonilguk.
인간 중심한 욕심 가지고는 하늘이 축복하지 않습니다. 모든 나라들이 하늘 부모님의 자녀가 된다면 더 이상의 전쟁과 갈등은 있을 수 없습니다. 하늘 부모님의 꿈, 인류의 소원, 지상 천국을 이루는데 주역이 되는 여러분 모두가 되기를 축원합니다.
Due to the coronavirus, the world order is being shaken up. Our self-centered civilization filled with self-pride can be felt as never before. As we experience such limitations and despair, our true parents have once again poured out their blessings.
모든 사람들이 하나로 한 깃발 아래 모일 수 있는 하늘 부모님 성회로 발표합니다.
All religious believers in the world are as yet unable to unite with Heavenly Parent. The task at hand is to teach them that our Heavenly Parent is the parent of humankind and to restore them to His love. The 1 million online rally of hope for the realization of a heavenly unified world through interdependence, mutual prosperity and universal values was held as the first step on the way to fulfilling that task. The Rally of Hope was attended by more than 1 million representatives from 194 nations through the International Summit Council for Peace. Moreover, 190 million people across the world watched a live or primetime television broadcast or attended by online streaming. The Rally of Hope expressed true parents' boundless love for suffering humanity. One great family of humanity attending our Heavenly Parent. The great vision of peace True Father championed is now coming closer to reality on this earth through our True Mother. we are being enlightened of the fact that the age of a new civilization has come, in which we will attend the Heavenly Parent. And we are moving toward a world of true love, where all boundaries are broken down and where all people live for one another. Henceforth, we will continue our endeavors under True Parent's guidance, to form a community under our Heavenly Parent and in accord with the original ideal. And by the year 2027, which marks the 60th anniversary of God's Day, to open the era of the Heavenly Parent.
Distinguished guests from home and abroad, and beloved blessed families who are here with us from all corners of the world. My name is Myung Ho, Director General of FFWPU International Headquarters, and I'll be your MC for this historic celebration of the 8th anniversary of the Holy Ascension of Sun Myung, the True Parents of it. I am truly happy to meet you all, everyone. 안녕하세요. I am truly happy to meet you all. Become the light of the world through a feeling heart for heaven. I would like to sincerely welcome everyone around the world for coming together in sincere devotion, love, and longing for True Father from the different corners of the world, so as to commemorate this 8th anniversary of the Holy Ascension of Sun Myung, the True Parent of heaven, earth, and humankind. And I would like to particularly welcome all Cheonbo leaders and blessed families who have come together with a heart of longing for True Father, joining us from their local celebrations for the 8th anniversary of True Father's Holy Ascension. So first, let us all welcome one another with a big round of applause. Today's event is being conducted online, actually, due to the current COVID-19 pandemic, which had begun in earnest early this year, but is currently again on the spread. So though most cannot attend the event in person, this online commemoration is being watched by families in their homes across the world. And for some families, even 3 generations are attending this event all together. So I believe your hearts and devotion today will make this commemoration even more special and even more meaningful, everyone. So today's ceremony will be conducted in strict compliance with the quarantine guidelines of each nation. So for 40 days from September 1 to October 10, different commemorations will be conducted across the world, beginning from today's ceremony. So diverse events are also scheduled for this during this commemorative period marking the 8th anniversary of True Father's Holy Ascension. And some of these events include the 1 million Rally of Hope for the realization of the Heavenly Unified World, the Cheonbo Festival, the Hyojeong Cheonbo Special Great Works, an International Leadership Conference to mark the 15th anniversary of the founding of UPF, a special blessing ceremony, our Cheonbo Leaders Assembly, the grand dedication of the new Cheonseong building and dedication of the Hyojeong Cheonon traditional tea house, Hawon tea house. So this will also be the very first time we ever held all of the Seonghwa Memorial Festival events online. So please check the schedule for details. Your active participation and commitment to these events will be greatly appreciated. So respected, distinguished guests from home and abroad, and beloved blessed families, today we are here to celebrate the 8th anniversary of the Holy Ascension of Sun Myung, the True Parent of heaven, earth, and humankind, a man who dedicated his entire life for the liberation of Heavenly Parent, the salvation of humanity, and the realization of an eternal world of his. And we've also come together to inherit the tradition of embodying the filial heart for God that True Father left to humanity, and to strengthen our resolve to realize the ideal of one human family under Heavenly Parent, the world that Heavenly Parent had envisioned at the beginning. And it feels like yesterday when we had to say goodbye to True Father as he departed this world. But 8 years have already passed since then, and there's nowhere on earth or in heaven that has not been touched by Father's breath, sweat, and tears. So everywhere we go, every step we take, we live and breathe True Father's love and heart like the air. So throughout his life, True Father never had time to properly take off his shoes. He was always on the move, going to the east, west, south, and north, working day and night without much rest. He invested his all, even if it meant putting his life on the line, so he could find and embrace his children. Father's life course was was like that of a sailor crossing a raging sea in a small boat, a course of blood, sweat, and tears solely dedicated to realizing Heavenly Parent's will and humanity's hope. And his life was a course of blood, sweat, and tears for heaven and humanity, a course of true love. And though 8 years have passed since his holy ascension, the blood he shed still makes our heart beat, and the sweat and tears he shed still puts our heart on fire. And in order to honor True Father's life and work and complete the unfinished work he left behind, True Mother has spent the past 8 years investing 1,000 years worth of effort in each day. She followed a path filled with tears as she worked to bring the fruits of the determination and promise she had made in front of Father's holy body that she would initiate and firmly establish Cheonbo on earth without fail and invest her everything until her very last breath. And then after True Father's ascension, True Mother stood in a lonesome position, and she had to work with a heart so desperate it felt like she was looking for one small needle in a sandstorm in a desert where she could barely open her eyes. Health challenges associated with exhaustion and her advancing age have not stopped Mother in her course over the past 8 years. Her heart has been solely focused on Heavenly Parent and True Father. And despite recurring physical difficulties, nothing could stop her. Even now, she can only walk with the help of a cane. And yet, this has not stopped her from standing at the very front of the prophet. So she has been devoted filial daughter to Heavenly Parent and a faithful, virtuous wife to True Father. And I believe that this has enabled us to move forward amid God's blessing and actual work and the work of restoring more than 7 countries, 7 religious groups, continental restoration, and ultimately in ushering in a new era of the firm establishment of Cheonbo, which heaven and humanity have so long waited for, and to assure that all people are able to directly live in attendance to Heavenly Parent in this new era. True Mother established the Heavenly Parent's holy community and is now working day and night with her heart to substantially bring about continental restoration by the 60th Heavenly Parent's Day in 2027, which is the ultimate goal of realizing a heavenly unified and finally open a heavenly cosmos, heaven and earth. So it is because of Mother's strong desire to usher in this final stage of the providence that she held the recent Rally of Hope, which attracted an amazing 2.6 million people who directly participated online, and also about 200 million people who watched it live on TV, everyone. So I feel that the 8th anniversary of True Father's Holy Ascension is special as we are celebrating it in the same year as True Father's Centenary and True Parent's 60th Holy Wedding Anniversary, which is honored on the foundation of this victorious 7-year course. So if we also take into account the providential meaning of the number 8, I believe that this 8th anniversary is a time to resolve to make another start for the completion of Vision 2027. So I sincerely hope that through this occasion we can all reflect on True Father's promise and heart for heaven and crave it in our hearts and make the resolve to complete Vision 27 in complete unity with True Mother, who has determined to fulfill the will of God without fail within her lifetime. So no matter how difficult it may be, and thereby fulfill her promise to Father. So True Parents are investing. They're all at the forefront of the providence at the risk of their lives to usher in that day when we can see the firm establishment of Cheonbo. So hence, I'll be tremendously grateful if you can give True Parents a big round of applause, everyone. So let us now commence the celebration of the 8th anniversary of the Holy Ascension of Sun Myung, the True Parent of Heaven, Earth, and Humankind, with our victorious True Parents of Heaven, Earth, and Humankind here at Cheongshin Peace World Center with a thunderous round of applause.
이번 순서는 경배식의 순서입니다.
Next, we'll
경배식은
hold
영육계를
our pledge
대표한
service, and pledge will
청가정의
begin with
경배로
true family members offering vows. As
신미국,
representatives of the physical and
신유럽,
spiritual worlds, and the
신중남미,
leaders, blessed families will offer vows in the following regional order: Heavenly Korea, Japan, USA, Africa, Europe, Latin America, and Asia Pacific. But prior to the pledge service, we'll first light the holy candle, and the holy candles will be lit by members of the true family at Jeongshim 1.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank
그럼 먼저
you.
영육계를 대표해
So first, representing the spiritual and physical world, members of the true family will now offer vows. Let us all bow.
바로 다음
Next,
섭내조국 신앙국대를
representative leaders and blessed
지도자와
families of the Heavenly
축복가정들의
Korea
대표
region, the
경배가
providential
있겠습니다.
homeland, will offer their vows.
경배
Please bow.
바로 다음 섭리의
Next,
어머니 나라 신일본
representative
대륙권에게
leaders and blessed
지도자와
families of the Heavenly
축복가정들의
Japan
대표
region, the
경배가
providential mother
있겠습니다.
nation, will offer their vows.
경배
Please bow.
바로 다음 섭리의
Next,
당자나라
representative leaders and blessed
신일국
families of the
대륙권에게
heavenly
지도자와
USA
축복가정들의
region will
대표 경배가
offer
있겠습니다.
their vows.
경배
Please bow.
바로 다음 신아프리카
Next, representative
대륙권에게
leaders and blessed
지도자와
families of the heavenly
축복가정들의 대표
Africa
경배가
region will
있겠습니다.
offer their vows.
경배
Please bow.
바로 다음 신유럽 대륙권에게
Representative leaders and blessed families of the heavenly Europe region
대표
will
경배가
offer their
있겠습니다.
vows.
경배
Please bow.
바로
Next, representative leaders and blessed families of the Heavenly Latin America region will offer their bows.
경배
Please bow.
바로
Next and lastly, representative leaders and blessed families of the Heavenly Asia Pacific region will offer their bows.
경배
Please bow.
바로 감사합니다.
Thank you, everyone.
이제
It is now
찬양을
time to
하시겠습니다.
offer the offering table.
흠양을 하시는 동안 모두
Let us
경건한
all
마음으로
offer a moment of
묵상하시도록
silence
하겠습니다.
while the offering is being received.
이번 순서는 헌화식의 순서입니다.
Now,
헌화식은
there will be
영육계를
offerings of
대표한
floral
천 가정의
tributes,
헌화,
and they will first be made by
세계본부,
members of the true family as
신한국,
representatives of the
신미국,
spiritual and
신아프리카,
physical
신유럽,
world, and they'll be
신중남미,
followed by leaders of the international headquarters,
신아시아
Heavenly
태평양
Korea,
대륙
Japan,
각
USA,
대륙과
Africa,
국가,
Europe, Latin America,
기관과
and
교회의
Asia,
대표
Pacific.
지도자들의 헌화가 있겠습니다.
And then
그리고 마지막으로
lastly,
전
we'll
세계
have
축복
blessed
가정들의
families
헌화의
all over the
순으로
world
진행하도록
offer
하겠습니다.
their flowers.
그럼 먼저 참 가정의
So first, the
헌화가
true family
있겠습니다.
will
참
make their
가정의
floral
헌화는
tributes. The true family floral
문효진님
tributes
가정의
will be offered by Moon Shin
문신군이
Chul
해주시도록
Nim
하겠습니다.
and Moon Shin Hong Nim of Moon Hyo Jinim's family.
헌화
Please offer your flowers.
다음은 천정궁 세계
Next,
원부
representative
지도자들의
leaders and blessed
대표
families,
헌화가 있겠습니다.
leaders of the Cheonbo International Headquarters will offer their floral tributes.
다음 선미의
Next,
조국 신한국
representative leaders and blessed families of the
헌화가
Heavenly Korea
있겠습니다.
region, the provincial homeland, will offer their flowers.
헌화
Please offer your flowers.
다음 섭리의
Next,
어머니 나라
representative leaders and blessed families of the Heavenly Japan region, the provincial mother nation, will offer their flowers. Please offer your flowers.
다음 섭리의
Next, representative leaders and blessed families of the Heavenly USA
USA
region, the provincial elder son
헌화.
nation, will offer their flowers. Please offer your flowers.
다음 신아프리카 대륙권의
Representative
지도자들의
leaders and blessed
헌화가
families of the Heavenly
있겠습니다.
Africa region will offer their flowers.
헌화
Please offer your flowers.
다음
Next,
신유럽
representative
대륙권역의
leaders and blessed
지도자들의
families of the
헌화가
Heavenly Europe region will offer their flowers.
헌화.
Please offer your flowers.
다음
Next,
신중남미 대륙권역
representative leaders
지도자들의
and blessed
헌화가
families of the Heavenly
있겠습니다.
Latin America region will offer their
헌화.
flowers. Please offer your flowers.
다음
Next,
신아시아
representative
태평양
leaders and blessed
대륙권역의
families of the Heavenly
지도자들의
Asia
헌화가
Pacific
있겠습니다.
region will offer their
헌화.
flowers. Please offer your flowers, everyone.
다음 마지막으로 영육계
And the
전체
last
축복
floral
가정들을
tribute will be
대표한
made by all
헌화가
blessed
있겠습니다.
families in the spiritual and physical
헌화.
worlds. Please offer your flowers.
참 아버님을 사랑하고 그리워하는 마음으로 다 함께
So I would like to ask everyone to join me in making a big heart to show how much we love and miss true Father, everyone, and say 사랑합니다 at the same time. 사랑합니다, everyone. Father, we really love you. Father, 사랑합니다. Everyone, thank you for your heart and your devotions. Next will be the Songwa address and the recitation of the Songwa poem. The Songwa address will be given by chairperson Yeona Moon of UPF Korea, who is also the wife of Hyojin Moon, and who is the eternal eldest son of the True Family. And the Songwa poem will be recited by Wonju McDavid, Chief of Staff of True Mother Secretariat.
자 여러분들 자 잘해야죠. 내가 노래 하나 할게 노래. Title of a song is a flower in the mountain. In a Korean folk song, I will try to sing a song. 산에는 꽃이 피네, 꽃이 피네, 피네. 가을밤 여름 없이 여름 없이 꽃이 피네.
사랑하는 참 아버님,
Beloved true Father,
하늘 부모님의
knowing Heavenly
뜻을
Parents'
아시고
will
온
and
인류의
understanding
처지를
humanity's
헤아리시어
reality,
그 거룩한
you
생애를
dedicated your holy life
오롯이
solely
뜻을
for
위해
the sake
바치시고는
of heaven's will,
천주의
and you
하나뿐인
set up the one nation
평화와
filled
통일이
with
충만한 나라를
peace
이루시고
and unity in heaven and earth.
2012년
And in 2012,
철력
at
7월
1:54
17일
a.m. on the
새벽 1시
7th month and
54분
17th day by the heavenly calendar,
다 이루었다는
you ascended,
말씀을
leaving
남기신 지
behind the words, I have accomplished
후련히
everything.
영원한 본향 천상에 오르시었습니다. 어느덧
8 years
8년이라는
have
시간이
already
흘렀건만
passed,
여전히
yet in our
우리들의 가슴
hearts,
속에는
the memory of you
두
closing your
눈 지그시
eyes,
감으시고 손가락으로
adjusting your
장단
jacket
맞추시며
deftly with your
구성지게
fingers, and
노래
singing
한
a song
곡조를
with
부르시던
so much
모습이
soul stays
아로새겨져
vividly
있습니다.
in our minds.
끊이지 않던 눈물의
We long for
말씀으로
the days when you spoke
하늘
with
부모님의
endless
심정을
tears,
달래시던 그때가
comforting Heavenly Parents' heart,
사뭇 그립습니다.
your hearty
깊이
laughter,
파인 거친 주름 사이로
accentuated by your
번지는
deep-set
한바구음으로
wrinkles.
우리를
Our eyes tear
위로해
up
주시던
at the
그
memory
시절이
of you
눈에
comforting us.
아른거립니다. 천성산
On
하늘에
days
둥근 달이 뜨는
When the full
날에는
moon appeared above Mount
천심호,
Cheonsong, you would
달빛
go
향기에
out
취해
fishing on the boat
낚시를
named
들이우시던
Cheonshim
아버님.
under the moonlight.
오늘따라
Today,
유독
we wish
보고 싶습니다.
we could see you today.
숨결을
We
느끼고
wish we
싶습니다.
could feel your breath.
그
We
음성이
miss the sound of your
그립습니다.
voice.
보고 싶은 아버님,
Father,
일평생
we
하늘
miss you
부모님 해방과
for the
인류
sake
구원을 위해
of Heavenly Parents' liberation, the
진자리 마다하지
salvation of
않으시고
humanity. You did not
피와
shy away
땀과
from death,
눈물로
but
얼룩진
walked the path of
기나긴
blood,
복귀
sweat,
섭리의
and
심정을
tears. There is
무슨
no
말로
way to express in
표현할 수
words your
있겠습니까?
heart throughout this long providence of restoration.
아픔과 회한으로
Father,
점철된 눈물의 가시밭길,
You walked a
속임과
path of
배신에
thorns and
당할지라도
repentance filled with
송두리째
tears.
사랑하는
Whether
부모의
betrayed or
심정으로
deceived, you loved with a
무고한
parental heart.
옥고와
Though innocent, you
거듭된
endured
핍박 속에서도
imprisonment and
용서로
continuous
품으신
persecution,
아버님,
embracing everyone with parental forgiveness.
인류를 위해 흘리신 그 눈물이
The tears you
강을
shed for
이루고
humanity
바다를
became rivers and an ocean,
마침내
and finally
마르지 않는
became
효정이 되어
Hyojong, which does not run
인류의
dry and is
가슴을 적시고
irrigating
있습니다.
the hearts of all people.
예, 그렇습니다.
Yes, indeed,
인류의 가슴마다
that
살아 숨쉬는 그
Hyojong
효정은
is alive in each
저
person's
멀리
heart. From the Cape
아프리카
of Good Hope to
희망봉에서
Santiago,
칠레,
the
산티아고까지
Chile,
평화를
peace-loving
사랑하는
citizens
모든
are finding
이들에게
inspiration
영감을
in you.
총칼을
You inspired
녹여
them
쟁기와
to
붓을
melt their
만들게
guns and
하였습니다.
swords into plowshares,
모아
share their
세계
wisdom,
평화의
and lay
초석을
the cornerstones
놓게 하였습니다.
for world peace. And
사랑으로
through true love,
통일의 물꼬를
open the
열게
gates
하였습니다.
to reunification.
이제
Now,
아버님의
your holy
거룩한
life
생애와
and great
위대한
achievements have become anthms
환희와
of
희망의
hope
성가가 되어
and delight, spreading far and wide throughout the world.
아버님께서
The great
남기신
legacy you left
위대한
behind,
유산,
the tradition of true
참 사랑의
love,
전통은
will be shared from heart
마음에서
to heart
마음으로
and
이어져
forever remained
영원히
engraved
기억될 것입니다.
there.
사랑하는 아버님,
Beloved true Father,
저희를
please
통해
look to
미래를
us
희망하소서.
and have hope for the future.
지난
For the
7년
past 7 years,
참 어머님과
you
하나 되어
and True Mother were one
천일국
and
안착
victoriously
선포를 승리하였듯
proclaimed the firm establishment of
오는
Cheonbo.
7년을
So for the next 7
참
years,
어머님과
we shall
하나
work
되어
again in oneness with True Mother
신통일한국
toward the victory
안착,
of Vision
신통일
2027,
세계 안착으로
the realization
비전
of a heavenly
2027을
unified
승리하고자
Korea and a
전진,
heavenly
또 전진할
unified
것입니다.
world.
그리하여
So in so doing, at
마침내
last, we will accomplish
하늘 부모님 아래
without
인류
fail
한
the
가족의
great vision of one
위대한
family of humanity
태초에
under our Heavenly
하늘
Parent,
부모님께서
the original
소원하시던
dream Heavenly Parent
참된
harbored at the
자유와
time of creation,
평화의 세상,
which is Cheonbo, the
그리고
land of true
행복이
freedom, a
넘쳐나는
world of
천일국을
true peace where happiness
기필코
overflows. We
이루어드릴
pledge
것이다.
this to you
맹세,
and pledge
또
again.
맹세합니다. 참
True
아버님,
Father,
영원히
we are
감사합니다.
eternally grateful.
참
True
아버님,
Father,
영원히
we
사랑합니다.
eternally love you.
아버님
Father
날 낳으시고
and Mother, you gave us life
어머님 날 기르시니
and you raised us.
두 분
Without
고다니시면
both
이
parents,
몸이 살았을까?
would we have survived?
하늘 같은
How can we repay
부모님의 가없는
the
은혜
boundless love of our godlike parents?
다 갚으랴. 아버지
Father,
16세
you carried on your shoulders the weight of heaven's call that you received at the age of 15 on Mount Myodu, and carried
새 말씀
the word, a new expression of the truth, to all corners of the world.
살았다 하는 이름은
Although we had the name of being alive,
진흙과 같이
we were as
죽은
lifeless as mud.
아버지
But through your
은총으로
grace, Father,
저희들
we were
거듭
given
태어났습니다.
rebirth.
독생녀 어머니
As the only begotten
어린
daughter,
양 혼인 잔치로
a mother,
참부모
you
되시오.
participated in the marriage feast of the Lamb,
태평양 같은
and true parents
넓고
emerged. You
깊은
embraced
사랑,
us and raised us
우리
with
모두
love
품어
wider and
길러주셨나니.
deeper than the Pacific Ocean.
해 같은
How can we
어버이의
repay your grace? A
어버이의
grace
가히 없는
greater
은혜
than the rivers
어찌
and the seas.
갚으리요. 한평생
Father,
거대한
you lived your
활화산으로
entire life like an active volcano, pouring out words of truth, stained with your blood, and having emerged as the King of Kings that reached the high ground of the providence's Golgotha, you declared before heaven and earth and all humankind, I have accomplished everything. I have accomplished everything. I have accomplished everything. Father, you kept Father, you kept the fire alight throughout your life, right to the end. And then you departed for the heavenly realms along a path strewn with roses and lilies. Father, we believed you would stay with us on earth for a century. And it is only after you left us that we felt the great chasm of emptiness that your absence created. Looking back on days when our loyalty was lacking, we lamented in deep regret. Today, we confess we're like the mystical night birds of Himalayas, trembling in the bitter evening cold of the Himalayas, crying out from dusk till dawn that they would build a nest after the sun came up. It is only after you ascended, Father, that we understood we had become like those night birds, suffering in regret that we failed to fulfill our filial duties while you were here. Dressed in a white mourning dress, Mother, you wept in silence. I am the only one left. I will firmly establish Cheonbo on earth before I depart this life. Mother, with no time to wholeheartedly mourn your beloved, you carried the tablets of stone and ark of the covenant of Cheonbo and bore the heavy cross of the providence on your back. And you lifted high Moses' staff, the budding staff given by Aaron to Moses. Wishing to realize the pledge you made before Father's holy body, you opened the era of heavenly nations and heavenly continents, and you traveled some 133,000 kilometers around the world, from Japan to Asia to Africa, from Europe to Latin America and back to the United States, and completed the cosmic Canaan course for the firm establishment of Cheonbo. Mother, although you are approaching your 80th year, despite blisters on your lips and your difficulty with walking, you continue pushing yourself beyond the limits of human endurance climbing 8
험난한
steep
고산 줄령
providential
넘고
mountains.
넘으셨습니다.
You
독생녀,
are the only
천주의
begotten
어머니,
daughter, the mother of the
평화의
cosmos,
어머니셨기에
the mother of peace, and
주저치
hence you
않으셨습니다.
never held back from the tasks in front of you.
목놓아 부르짖던
And
비전
after
2020
You
고지를
concluded
완성완결
and perfected
완료하시고
Vision 2020, which you had strongly
다가올
proclaimed.
코로나
You gave
재앙과
us the
코로나의
magnificent
세계적
tool
재앙과
that is your
남북
memoir,
통일 비전이
the Mother of Peace, to
천군
help
만모와
realize
같은
the
무기로
vision of North-South
자서전
reunification
평화의
and to
어머니
deal with the
나리신 채
coronavirus pandemic.
또다시
And once again,
비전 2027
you stood
철로
on the
역정
front line
선봉에
of
서신
Vision
어머니.
2027. Yet,
끝내
when we saw you walking
지팡이
with your
대신
2 grandchildren supporting you,
등단하시는 어머니 배울 때
coming on stage,
8년 전
our hearts
아버지
sank.
여인 우매한
And
저희
with we,
자식들
foolish children who had
그저
already lost true father
내려앉는
8 years ago,
가슴만
regretted that we had not done enough
그러나
in order not to
다시는
become those
야맹조의
procrastinating
전철을
night
야명조의
birds
전철을 밟지
again.
않기 위해 밤새
And remembering the
그리움에
story
겨워
of the cuckoo
진달래
that
꽃의
bled on the
피를
wild
토했다는
azaleas after
귀족도의
crying
전설.
and longing throughout the
피를 토하는
night.
심정으로 마음 다
With the
잡고
same
푸념이
desperate
일어나
heart, such that our
어머니
blood would
내려주신
spill, we shall
천상의
resolve
무기,
to stand up,
자서전
holding high
높이
the heavenly
들고
torch Mother has given us, her
굳건한
memoir,
발걸음
and at a
전장터로
steadfast pace we shall
나아가겠습니다.
enter the battlefield,
부모님
and we will
은혜,
repay our
찬연한
true parents'
효도로
grace with resplendent
보답하겠습니다.
filial piety. Father called by heaven, who received a call from heaven, and Mother who encompasses the light of heaven. In this way, heaven and earth, and Father, true Father and true Mother, completed their trinity with Heavenly Parent. True Father received heaven's call.
날 부르심에 부름에 답합니다. 말씀에 소리 되고 육신의 옷 벗어버리고 태초 당신께 받은 빛으로 거듭납니다. 날 부르심에 부름에 감사 노래합니다. 당신의 자녀이자 이젠 당신과 하나 되매 빛이요 말씀이요 사랑이요 곧 당신이라. 날 부르심에 천상의 자리 날 부르심에 당신과 하나 됨이요 날 부르심에 꺼지지 않는 하늘 빛됨이라 날 부르심에 날 부르심에 천상과 지상에 달이 되겠나이다
하나 되신 이여 하늘빛 가슴으로 받잡아 하늘과 땅 달이 되겠나이다. 하늘 부모님과 함께 천지인 참 부모 되어 하늘과 땅 삼위일체 이루겠나이다. 터미션 하늘빛 가슴에 모두 받아 하늘과 땅이 빛으로 지상이 하나 되니 하늘빛처럼 영원히
참 어머니께서 입장하실 예정입니다. 모두 자리에서 일어나시어 참 어머님을 맞을 준비를 하도록 하겠습니다. 여러분, 천지인 참
Let us
어머님께서
welcome
입장하고
our
계십니다.
beloved
큰
true
감사의
mother
박수로
with a
참
warm
어머님을 맞이해
round
주시기
of
바랍니다.
applause. Let us put our Hyojong together and welcome True Mother with a warm round of applause. Since Father's Ascension, True Mother has dedicated her life to walking the path of a 7-year providence to bring about the firm establishment of Cheonilguk. Our beloved True Mother is dedicating her life to realizing the promise she made to True Father. And now Mother will offer a floral tribute to our beloved True Father. For the past 7 years, True Mother has walked the cosmic Canaan course for the realization of the substantial Cheonilguk. True Mother is putting her heart together and offering a special tribute to our beloved True Father. And now True Mother will make her way to come and give us a special message. True Mother has walked the path of walking in the barren desert, finding the needle of the victory of the providence. True Mother has lived each day for the past 7 years, seeking to realize the firm establishment of Cheonilguk, realize Hyojong, and bequeath that Hyojong to us. True Mother's life has been a life of selfless dedication, living for the sake of others. In particular, True Father in the spirit world and True Mother on earth are completely united in mindset, spirit, and heart. And on this special day, our beloved True Mother is bringing about the new era of the substantial Cheonilguk, which True Father yearned for wholeheartedly. Let us once again welcome our beloved True Mother with a heartfelt round of applause. Everyone, let us offer a bow of greeting to True Mother, to our true parents of heaven, earth, and humankind, 경배. 바로. And now, our beloved True Mother will offer us precious words of truth. Everyone, let us give another warm round of applause to welcome True Mother as we prepare to receive her precious message. Respected, blessed families and leaders from all walks of life throughout the world, religious leaders, traditional rulers, blessed families, I'm very pleased to meet you today.
우리는
We
유례 없었던
are
코로나
facing
대유행으로 인해서
the unprecedented corona pandemic,
그렇게
and as a
서로
result
소통하고
of the pandemic,
하나가 되는
it has
세계를 염원해 왔으나
been our wish to realize a world of communication and harmony. However, these initiatives have been hampered by the pandemic and also due to unprecedented climate change and natural calamities. Typhoons and various other natural disasters have been happening, causing large numbers of casualties, displaced civilians, and tremendous financial destruction. However,
하늘 부모님 성회 안에 있는
in Heavenly Parents' holy community,
하늘
we
부모님의
who
가호
dwell
아래
within Heavenly Parents' holy community,
이 모든
are
것을 극복하고
receiving heaven's grace
함께
Let us overcome
미래를 향해
these
나아갈 수
challenges
있는
together
더
and march
힘을
forward
축적하고
together.
있습니다.
We are getting greater energy from our Heavenly Parent.
감사한 일입니다.
This is something to be grateful for.
나는 오늘
Today, I
여러분 앞에
wish to share with
성민의
you
사명은 무엇인가?
a message on the title, What is the Mission of the Chosen People?
창조주 하나님께서는
God, the Creator,
인류의
is
부모이십니다.
the parent of humanity.
부모의 자리에 계신
And
창조주께서
the Creator who stands in the parental position,
고통받고 있는 이 현실을
looking at the reality of humanity suffering today,
바라만 보고
Heavenly
계실
Parent
거였습니까?
is not sitting idly and watching His beloved children suffer.
당신은 창조 이상을
God
지상에서
wished to realize the ideal of creation on this earth, to realize an ideal world on this earth, so that when earthly life ends, human beings can ascend to the spirit world and live for eternity in communion and within the bosom of Heavenly Parent. This was God, the Heavenly Parent, the Creator's original dream.
타락하지 않은 만물 세계는
And when we look at creation which has not fallen, we can see that creation operates and moves according to various principles. Unfortunately, poor stewardship of creation by human beings has been the cause behind the destruction of the environment. What is the cause
창조주께서는
of this destruction? God gave human beings a special portion of responsibility.
그 책임은
That responsibility
창조주
consists
하나님과
of
하나된
uniting
자리에서
as one with Heavenly Parent
완성을
and
보는 그 자리.
achieve perfection, become fruitful human beings. The Creator wished to dwell within perfected human beings. This is the principle of creation.
창조주께서는
The Creator
영원하십니다.
is eternal.
전지전능하십니다.
God is almighty and
시작과
omnipotent.
끝이 같으십니다.
The beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega are the same to the Creator. The Creator cannot destroy and rebuild what He created. In other words, human history,
타락으로 인한
due to the human fall, human history has been one of endless conflicts.
하나가 될 수 없는 상황으로 벌어져
Human
나왔습니다.
history has been characterized with the impossibility of uniting as one. However, since heaven initiated the providence of creation, despite the tremendous hardships and the challenges, heaven initiated the providence of restoration through indemnity. And in human history, God raised the chosen people of Israel. We can see this through their history.
선민,
The chosen people.
선민에게는
To the chosen people,
책임과
there is a
의무가 따릅니다.
portion of responsibility. There are duties that are expected. However,
결과적으로 볼 때
when we look at the final outcome,
이스라엘 선민은
the chosen people of Israel cannot be seen as having fulfilled
어떻게
their full portion of responsibility.
4,000년이라는 기나긴 선민
How is it
역사를
possible that through the 4,000-year history of the providence of restoration, in particular, when we look at the providence of Canaan centering on Moses,
한국의 5분의 3밖에 안 되는 사막을
when we look at
거치는 데 있어서
a piece of land that is about 3/5 the area of Korea, how is it possible that the people of Israel were in the desert for over 40 years? God and heaven guided the people of Israel out of Egypt through a pillar of cloud and a pillar of fire. However, at the very end, the Savior that the people of Israel so desperately yearned for, the Savior came on the earth as the only begotten Son, and Jesus Christ was the Savior. However, the people of Israel, what did they do? They did not embrace Jesus, who had no choice but to walk the path of the cross. And having nowhere to stand, Jesus laid on the cross. And standing there, having failed to fulfill the purpose of his advent, Jesus prophesied that he would come again, to host the marriage wedding of the Lamb. Hence, the people of Israel who did not fulfill their responsibility were faced with a tremendous indemnity. I'm sure you're aware of the tremendous indemnity they paid. For the past 2,000 years, they were persecuted as a people without a nation to call their own. During World War II, more than 6 million innocent Jews were mercilessly massacred. Why was the indemnity to be paid so heavy? It is because the chosen people has a responsibility and a duty to fulfill. Heaven created human beings in the image of God. God created heaven and earth in his image. Hence, since the only begotten Son was born, the only begotten daughter should be born as well. However, the only begotten daughter could not come through the people of Israel because the second coming would take place through another people, and the portion of indemnity to be paid remained. In conclusion, through the people of Korea, in 1943, the only begotten daughter was born. And when the only begotten daughter was born, the time of my birth was one of the most miserable and difficult periods in the history of Korea. In 1945, the Korean peninsula was liberated. However, in 1950, the Korean peninsula was divided into the north and south. And the South Korean government was not ready to defend itself against a North Korean invasion. However, how is it possible that 16 UN member states came to defend democracy in South Korea? This was not the work of human beings. Heaven was protecting the Korean peninsula. Hence, this people of Korea, as a people where the only begotten daughter was born, the people of Korea are the chosen people.
여기에서 우리는
We
심각하게
need to
과거의
seriously
선민의 입장을
reflect on
기억해야 되겠습니다.
what the identity of being the chosen people
선민은
entails. The chosen people
지상에 태어난 독생자와
have the
독생녀와 하나 되는
responsibility
자리에서
of uniting as one with the
하늘
only begotten Son
부모님의
and only begotten daughter
지상에
and work together with
이루어드리는
true parents
책임을
to
해야
realize
되는
heavenly parents'
선민입니다.
ideal of creation. That is the duty of the chosen people.
코로나로 인해서
Due to the corona pandemic,
모든 나라들이
all the nations around the world
서로
are
통제하고
taking strong containment measures,
국경선을 더 봉쇄하고 있습니다.
and frontiers are being closed.
이런 상태로
In these circumstances,
나아간다면은
if we continue along this path,
미래에 희망은 없습니다.
there can be no hope for the future.
현재 살고 있는 우리
We who live at this
참
present
부모를
moment,
따르는
we
축복 가정들의
blessed families
책임이
who follow
절실히
true
중요한
parents, we
시기입니다.
have a very important portion of responsibility to fulfill at this moment.
인간의 무지로 인해서
Due to the ignorance of human beings,
지구가 몸살을 앓고
the
있다고
earth is
말했습니다.
ailing. I've mentioned that before.
문명의 발달과 과학의
And
발달은
through the development of civilizations and the advances of science,
잃어버리는 자리에
human
있습니다.
beings stand in a position where they have lost the balance between seeking internal meaning and material comfort.
생명체가
And
살 수 있는
at this present
공간을
moment,
좁혀가고 있습니다.
the spaces available for proper stewardship of creation, for creation to flourish, are diminishing.
미래를
We need
걱정하지 않을
to
수 없습니다.
worry about the legacy, the earth we will bequeath to second and third generations, to
더
posterity.
늦출 수는 없습니다.
We can no longer delay what is
내가
expected of
지상에
us.
있는 동안에
While I am alive on this earth,
전 세계의 축복 가정들은
all blessed families around the world
참 부모가 만들어 놓은 환경권을
should work
적극
to expand and also promote the environment that true parents have created on this earth
노력하면서
and make tireless
더
efforts
크게 넓게
to expand wider, deeper, higher
본래
the environment that God the Creator originally wished to give us as the Heavenly Parent.
꿈은
Heavenly Parent's dream is to live in communion with human beings on this earth, to live in the kingdom of heaven on earth. This is Heavenly Parent's dream.
교육해
We
나가야
needed
할
to
것입니다.
educate and inform humanity about Heavenly Parent's original dream. This is the only way that we can correct the course of history that has gone astray. This is how we can solve the various problems happening around the world. The only way to correct the course of a humanity gone astray is to guide all of humanity back into Heavenly Parent's holy community and follow the words that our true parents have given us.
특히
In particular,
이 한민족은
the people of Korea
2000년간
for 2,000 years haven't
나온 민족이
embraced and raised the people of Korea.
한 번도 이웃 나라를
Korea
침범하지
never
않았습니다.
has not
오히려
once
당하면
invaded
당했지.
another nation. Korea's history is one of
하늘을 숭배하고
continuous suffering from foreign invasions. But the Korean people were characterized by a tradition of revering heaven, of educating families and children on filial piety and respect for heaven's principles. However, when we look at the world today, the people of Korea as a chosen nation should unite as one with true parents and show the world that the chosen people of Korea can become the heavenly unified Korea. That day of proclaiming the heavenly unified Korea before the world must come.
나는 누누이 말했습니다.
I have repeated myself several times.
이 코로나 대확산,
The
천재지변,
pandemic, corona pandemic, and all of these natural calamities cannot be solved with human efforts alone.
천연두만 해도
As far as I know, even in the case of smallpox, it took several centuries before a smallpox vaccine was developed.
하늘이
Heaven
함께하시오.
is with us, and if we live for the sake of heaven, support heaven's will and heaven's providence, then
성공적으로
we will have a victorious outcome.
오늘날
Today,
이 나라의 정치인,
politicians of
지도자라고
Korea
하는 사람들은
and all leaders from all walks of life in this nation must be aware of heaven's providence. They need to be able to fear heaven. They need to fear the fact that they are part of the chosen nation and they have a duty, a responsibility before heaven. And that responsibility consists of attending Heavenly Parent as humanity's original parent.
그 길로 나아가는 데 있어서
In order to walk this path victoriously, all of the members of the unification community worldwide, all of you in your respective nations,
최고의
please become the best you can
정상연합과
to get working through ISCP, through IAPP,
인류 앞에
and bring forward
하늘 부모님을
the day when all of humanity can attend Heavenly Parent as the parent of humanity. This is the only way there can be hope for the future. Please proclaim this courageously in all of your respective nations. Once again, I would like to repeat myself. Blessed families in Korea, your responsibility is particularly important. It is through you that the people of Korea can continue receiving heaven's blessings. Otherwise, please understand that you will fall by the wayside, be forgotten in history, become a dark chapter in providential history. Please understand that you stand at a serious turning point. Yes, as we celebrate the 8th anniversary of Father's Ascension, True Mother has given us a special message about Heavenly Parents' holy community and emphasized the role of Korea as the chosen nation. Let us give another big round of applause to our beloved True Mother for her special address. Next, we will now have the offering of gifts.
하늘 부모님과 온 인류를 위한 천지인 참 부모님의 헌신적인 생애와 업적을 스토리텔링 방식으로 재해치기하여 감사하는 참 부모경 개정판입니다. 예물은 천일국 국립선악역사 편찬원의 사광기 위원장.
The offering of gifts will be offered is a revised Champumogyong, and it will be presented by Sagwangi, the chairperson of the Cheonbo National Sonak History Committee, and the Yeonjinyeon director of the Cheonbo National Sonak History. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you, everyone. The revised Champumogyong basically has been rewritten and compiled in the form of a story, so people will be able to read it in a story-like style. Thank you, everyone. So next, we'll now have 3 chairs of Ogmanse, and the 3 chairs of Ogmanse will be led by our chairman, Tokuno Eiji of FFWPU Heavenly Japan. On this 8th anniversary of the Holy Ascension of Sun Myung Moon, the true parent of heaven, earth, and humankind, will become completely one with God's only begotten daughter, our true mother, and realize Heavenly Parent's dream, true parent's dream, and all of humanity's dream. We will achieve it at all cost. And with the resolve to do so, let us join me in joining 4 chairs of Ogmanse, everyone. To our most noble and high Heavenly Parent, Ogmanse. To our true parents of heaven, earth, and humankind, Ogmanse. For the firm establishment of Cheonbo, Ogmanse. And for the great victory of the 8th anniversary of True Father's Holy Ascension, Ogmanse. So now, let us all offer a bow to true parents of heaven, earth, and humankind. Let us all bow to true parents. So true parents will now exist. Brothers and sisters, our true Mother of Heaven, Earth, and Humankind has offered in all devotion today's 8th anniversary of the Holy Ascension of our true Father of Heaven, Earth, and Humankind to Heavenly Parent, and she has given us a precious message. So let us then express our gratitude again to True Mother for a big round of applause. Everyone, let us all say 참부모님 감사합니다. Please say 참부모님 감사합니다. 사랑합니다. Everyone, please join us in saying 참부모님 사랑합니다. 감사합니다. Thank you, everyone. So this concludes part 1 of the celebration of the 8th anniversary of the Holy Ascension of Sun Myung Moon, the true parent of heaven, earth, and humankind. And next will be part 2, the Hyojeong Culture Special Performance, which will begin shortly, and will be followed by part 3, the Hyojeong Culture Performance. But however, before we begin, I would like to mention that this year we've had many hardships and complications, including the corona pandemic, the natural disasters from the heavy rain, etc. However, even despite this, the Peace Road Project, which is a peace festival for global citizens, which began in 2013 to promote the realization of peace and unity on the Korean Peninsula and peace in the world, completed Peace Road 2020 successfully. And in the case of Korea, around 70 participants form an international Peace Road cycling team representing each continent and nation. And as a way to commemorate the 70 years since the Korean War and honor all 22 countries that fought for Korea back then, the team cycled cycle for 800 kilometers from Busan, United Nations Memorial Park, all the way to Imjin-gak. And though regulations as a result of COVID-19 were strict enough to even cancel the entire project, the team strictly kept all the quarantine guidelines and could successfully go through about 50 cities, Guns and Gus, and complete its course. And in the case of Japan, Peace Road was conducted in about 40 cities, and the team consisted of young people representing 5 continents, all cycled together with the hope of promoting a world of peace transcending race and national barriers, and local council members of each prefecture and city actively supported the event as its executive members, and many mayors also welcomed the Peace Road cycling team in person. In North America, Peace Road was conducted in all 50 states and Canada at the same time, and conducted under the theme Reconciling All People. The Peace Road event took place in more than 50 states, with about 72 events held in total. So the United States this time particularly hosted this Peace Road event as a way to also distribute True Mother's autobiography in each city. The event was conducted by car and covered a total distance of 13,000 kilometers. And participants successfully conveyed True Mother's autobiography to governors and senators across the United States. In Russia, Peace Road was conducted from August 1 to 16 as a relay marathon under the full support of President Putin. And the event was conducted for 2 weeks, ran through 23 cities and ran a total of 1,100 kilometers for peace. Participants included all age groups, from children as young as 7 years old to seniors as old as 85 years old. And the event also received a lot of coverage by both federal and local media. But what's more special about this Russian Peace Road team is that they not only officially conducted the Peace Road event in Pyongyang last year, but they also participated in the Pyongyang Marathon competition held at that time, and all won first, second, and third prizes. So these sincere efforts are all devotion to bring about an eternal world of peace and the peaceful reunification of the Korean. So before we begin part 2, I would like all of us to watch a video on Peace Road 2020. Please join me in watching the Peace Road video.
한여름 뜨거운
In the
태양과
middle
함께
of
달린
summer,
꿈의
a
레이스가
dream race was
펼쳐졌습니다.
held under the scorching sun,
장벽을
with
허물고
hope that the
막힘없이
day will
달리는
come when
그날을
all borders will come
영원했습니다.
down and people are able to freely go everywhere.
마침내
Finally,
세계
the
청년
youth and
학생들이 함께여
students across the
세계
world
평화와
have opened
한반도
together
통일
the
시대
era of world peace and the unification of the Korean Peninsula. We will work on realizing the vision of a heavenly unified Korea with the spirit of Hyojong that true parents have taught us. Even at this very time, conflicts and wars between nations, ethnic peoples, and religions, as well as poverty and hunger and big-scale disasters continue to take place. However, we believe that there are no conflicts or disputes that are unsolvable. When severed roads are reconnected and blocking barriers brought down, then the way to harmony and mutual prosperity will open. Peace Road is a project conducted across the world in the summer with the purpose of encouraging all people to overcome conflicts and disputes which turns people antagonistic toward one another. So Peace Road also promotes the local slogans of participating countries, as well as its joint international slogans, which are the establishment of a DMC World Peace Park and the establishment of the 5th UN office on the Korean Peninsula. So under these slogans, Peace Road continues to send practical messages for a world of peace. Peace Road is rooted in the International Peace Highway project that was advocated by true parents at the 10th ICOS conference in 1981. The vision of the International Peace Highway is to lay The vision of the International Peace Highway is to lay roads between continents apart from one another, connect the entire world into one through it, and solve conflicts and disputes, and bring together the whole world as one family, ultimately to build one global community of peace. Peace Road began in 2013 and has been conducted ever since for the past 8 years. Many citizens worldwide participate in the Peace Road March of Hope for Peace, and the number of participants continue to increase with every passing year. In the summer of 2020, which also marks 70 years since the Korean War occurred, a long peace road journey was conducted amidst the participation of many people worldwide for the realization of peace and the unification of the Korean Peninsula. Participants prayed for the many peace activists who gave their lives to defend peace and also made resolves to invest efforts toward the unification of the two Koreas. So let us all head toward unity with hope in our hearts. The sweat and heat did not discourage us at all. Even the COVID-19 pandemic could not stop our advance for peace. Members of local cycling clubs led the way, sending us on our way with their full support. With the hope to bring about a heavenly unified world, the young people and students participated in Peace Road 2020. So all participants were completely united in this joint effort and hope for a world of peace founded on the values of interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values. So until the day we can attend the true parents of heaven, earth, and humankind and realize the dream of Hyojong, Peace Road will continue its journey towards world peace and the unification of the Korean Peninsula. Yes, Peace Road has been conducted in actually scorching sun in this hot summer. And so everyone, let us again give a warm round of applause to all the regional leaders, the staff, and the participants of the Peace Road 2020 for all their hard work. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you, everyone. So, respected distinguished guests, beloved Cheonbo leaders, blessed families, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this historic 8th anniversary of the Holy Ascension of True Father, a very special Hyojong cultural performance has actually been prepared, centered on the filial heart towards heaven that True Father has bestowed on us. So, True Mother has striven to realize the firm settlement of Cheonbo through a culture of heart revolution, and in 2016, she established the Hyojong Cultural Center, and since then, a leading force of members of the new generations, the second and the third generation members, have performed the musical The Dream of Hyojong during each Seonghwa and Holy Birthday celebration. So our journey towards the victory of 2020 was taken hand in hand with culture. Through culture, we have learned about true parents' lives and how true parents live so that the heart of Hyojong for heaven could become the hope and light of the world. It was through this culture that we could also encounter the sorrowful episodes and heart that make up the 6,000 years of presidential history. We could sometimes be moved to tears, and at other times we cried out tears of sorrow and repentance. So just as True Mother has said, the firm establishment of Cheonbo is a firm settlement of a culture of filial devotion. So therefore, today, to commemorate the 8th anniversary of the Holy Ascension of True Father, we have prepared a special gala show video presentation of the highlights of past musical series together with 4 of the leading actors. So as you watch the performance together, please remember True Father's life course of devotion. Let us look back at the past 8 years we have walked together with True Mother since True Father Seonghwa, and let us all make a new determination for the course to 2027. So everyone, let us all begin part 2, the Hyojeong culture performance, with your thunderous and warm applause, everyone.
빛이 있으라 하시니 빛이 있고 빛이 하늘 부모님 보시기에 좋았더라.
Everyone, you need to watch the Peace TV link to be able to see the captions of the musical. If you can watch Peace TV on your mobile phones, you can read the captions of the musical. So if possible, we would be really grateful if you can use it.
하늘 부모님 뜻 받자와 그분들 오시는 길 험난한 가시밭길 아닌 꽃길 밟고 오시라고. 닦고 닦자와 손이 닳고 닦자와 두 번 오실 길 정성으로 꽃들이오리다 두 분 함께 꽃길 밟고 오소서 독생자 아담으로 오시리 독생명 해와로서 오시리 예수님 눈물 가슴으로 받들어 오실 분들 두 분 함께 꽃길 밟고 오소서 하늘 부모님 자녀 되어 오시리 길 잃은 자녀 부모 되어 주시리 6천년 흘린 자녀들 눈물 닦아주러 오실 두 분 함께 꽃길 밟고 오소서 닦고 닦자와 손이 닳고 닦자와 두 분 오실 길 정성으로 꽃들이오리다 두 분 함께 꽃길 밟고 오소서 두 분 함께 꽃길 밟고 오소서 예 온다 하셨지요 달래강 사이에 두고 한 분은 안주 한 분은 정주
마음 달래니 달래야 시름 달래니 달래야
하늘 부모님 천명 받자와 저희와 그이 사이 달이 놓았네
마음 달래니 달래야 시름 달래니 달래야 지아비와 시험이 하나 되었네 달래야 달래야 달래강파리야
함께 이루고 함께 승리하였나이다.
잃었던 에덴을 찾았으니 이제 안착해야지요. 둘이 하나 되어 태초의 꿈 하늘 부모님 천일국 이뤄야지요.
자리하시오
광산에 동일 식구되어 꽃 피고 눈 내릴 60년 무엇을 하였느냐 무엇을 바라느냐 나 죽어 천일국에 묻히면 영광이지 아들아 내 딸들아 너희들은 자랑스러운 천일국의 후손이다 좋은 옷 입고 보냐 만난 건 먹고 보냐 아서라 천일국의 자녀들아 다시 모두 흘러간 내 청춘 참 아버님과 함께 아름다운 이내 청춘 다시 못 올 흘러간 내 청춘 참부모님과
together with true parents.
아름다운
beautiful youth band together with true parents. My beloved, may you blossom and spread your fragrance.
넓게 넓게 향기 뿌리소서 영원한 본향을 향해 평화의 꿈 널리 펼치시사 한많은 지평선 넘어서 무한한 행복의 평원대로 사랑과 평화의 꿈 이루소서.
Toward that eternal homeland, spread your fragrance throughout heaven and earth toward the eternal homeland, toward the eternal homeland. The 5 petal-like fingers on those tiny hands. Oh child, oh child, my child, I gently called you, my child.
언제
하늘은 창조주 하나님은 사랑이시라 했습니다. 우리의 부모라 했습니다. 이러한 하늘 앞에 충과 효를 다하는 효선 민족으로서 세계의 모든 나라들 앞에 하늘 부모님을 이렇게 모시는 백성과 나라들이 되어야 됨을 교육하는 오늘 이 시간이 되기를 간절히 소원하며 축복하는 바입니다. 감사합니다.
하늘 부모님과 맺은 언약 변치 않는 이 편단심이야 6천년 만에 이룬 말씀 참음으로 걸어온 길이야 하늘 부모님이 꿈꾸던 에덴 자녀들이 바라는 소원 6천년 만에 이룬 말씀 어머니로 품어온 사랑이야 난 너희를 하나하나 가슴에 담을 거야 나와 하나 되면 너희들은 뭐든지 할 수가 있어 나와 하나 되면 이런 너네를 찾음이라 하늘 부모님과 맺은 언약 변치 않는
멋지고 감동적인 공연이었던 것 같습니다. 동의하십니까? 동의하시면 이렇게 엄지척 한번 해주시면 좋겠습니다. 엄지척. 네, 모두들 참으로 감동적으로 공연을 보신 것 같습니다. 솔직히 말씀드리면 그 섭리의 조국 지금 한국은 코로나 팬데믹으로 2.5, 그러니까 레벨 단계가 2.5입니다. 2.5 단계면 수도권, 그러니까 서울, 경기, 이 가평, 설악도 이제 수도권입니다. 그래서 10명 이하의 이렇게 모임만 가능하고, 대한민국은 지금 전국의 모든 종교 시설은 아예 집회 자체를 할 수가 없습니다. 그래서 오늘 공연을 보시면서 일부부터 다 보셨겠지만 합창도 아예 할 수 없는 그런 상황입니다. 그런데 참 아버님의 이 8주년을 기념하면서 정말 하늘 대한 그 효정을 저희들이 상속받고 또 함께 기념하기 위해서, 사실은 이러한 효정 문화 특별 공연이 가능했던 것은 심정 문화 혁명을 통해 말 그대로 천일과 안착을 이 땅에 이루시고자 노력하셨던 참 어머님 덕분에 저는 가능했다 생각합니다. 그동안 효정 문화원을 통해서 또 효정 문화를 통해서
Until now, true parents really sought to convey their ideologies and their teachings through the culture of heart. And because of that support, investment, and devotion that true parents have, this performance today was possible. So while watching this performance, I am sure you probably reminisced over those moments when you cried, laughed together with these performances, and I feel like it was also a time where we could feel gratitude towards true parents and make again stronger resolve. So again, let's give a big round of applause to our performing team, everyone. Thank you so much. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you, everyone. So next, we will now begin part 3 of the celebration, which will be the Hyojong cultural performance. After True Father ascended to heaven and True Mother completed a 3-year course of devotion in remembrance of True Father, beginning from the 4th anniversary of True Father's Ascension, True Mother called for the anniversary to be celebrated as a Songwa festival. So True Mother has said that the Songwa is not the moment of death, but the moment you were reborn into the eternal world. It is like the moment of an excited bride on her wedding day. So accordingly, through the Songwa festival, she prepared devotions so True Father's heart of Hyojong towards heaven could become the light of the world. So from then on, we began to have Hyojong cultural performances during the Songwa commemorations. And we have had joint performances by Pol Pots and the Little Angels, along with representatives of Korean music like Cho Kwan-woo, Kim Young-im, Choi Jae-rim, Colin Park, Im Hyung-ju, In Sun-hee, Kim Yeon-ja, Cho Hang-jo, Park Gary, Popin Hyun-jun, and others who have brightened the Songwa festivities until now. So therefore, for part 3, the Hyojong Cultural Festival, we will be sharing a highlight from special performances of artists who have shared their hearts and talent with us during the past Songwa Festival. So everyone, from now on, let us begin part 3, the Hyojong Cultural Performance, with your thunderous and warm applause.
The crown of glory.
When
I doubt people, I feel pain.
When
I judge people, it is unbearable. When I hate people, there is no value to my existence. Yet, if I believe, I am deceived. Suffering and grieving tonight, my head in my hands. Am I wrong? Yes, I am wrong. Even though we are deceived, still believe. Though we are betrayed, still forgive. Love completely, even those who hate you. Wipe your tears away and welcome with a smile those who know nothing but deceit, and those who betray without regret. O Master, the pain of loving. Look at my hands. Place your hand on my chest. My heart is bursting. Such agony. But when I loved those who acted against me, I brought victory. If you have done the same things, I will give you the crown of glory.
어머니 고마워요. 감사드립니다. 엄마야 누나야
강변 살자 들에는 반짝이는 금모래빛 뒷문 밖에는 가을잎의 노래 엄마야 누나야 강변 살자 강변
The first part of the sand art performance describes true parents' life course of victory amid hardship. It depicts their emergence as God's only begotten son and daughter, the start of their course as true parents through the marriage supper of the Lamb, and their commitment to the providence for the liberation of Heavenly Parent, the salvation of humanity, and the realization of an eternal world of peace.
누구나 가슴속에 그리운 이 한 사람 품고 있습니다. 오늘 역시 안 계시지만 그리운 분이 있을 겁니다. 여러분들 가슴에 기억하십시오. 아버지 들려드리겠습니다. 내가 보았던 아버지의 뒷모습은 세상에서 가장 커다란 산이었습니다. 지금 내 앞에 계신 아버지의 뒷모습은 어느새 야트막한 둔덕이 되었습니다. 부디 사랑한다는 말을 과거형으로 하지 마십시오. 한 걸음도 다가설 수 없었던 내 마음을 알아주듯이 얼마나 바라고 말해왔는지 눈물이 말해준다. 점점 멀어져 가버린 쓸쓸했던 뒷모습에 내 가슴이 다시 아파온다. 서로 사랑을 하고 서로 미워도 하고 누구보다 아껴주던 그대가 보고 싶다. 가까이 있어도 다가서지 못했던 그래 내가 미워했었다. 점점 멀어져 가버린 쓸쓸했던 뒷모습에 내 가슴이 다시 아파온다. 서로 사랑을 하고 서로 미워도 하고 누구보다 아껴주던 그대가 보고 싶다. 가까이 있어도 다가서지 못했던 그래 내가 미워했었다. 제발 내 얘기 들어주세요. 시간이 필요해요. 서로 사랑을 하고 서로 미워도 하고 누구보다 아껴주던 그대가 보고 싶다. 가슴 속 깊은 곳에 담아두기만 했던 그래 내가 긴 시간이 지나도 말하지 못했던 그래 내가
와, 이렇게 큰 무대에 서본 지가 없던 것 같습니다, 실내에서. 우리 문성명 총재님은 제가 존경해왔었어요. 감사합니다.
생각을 말아요.
지나간 일들은 서러워 말아요. 떠나갈 꽃잎은 시들어도 슬퍼하지 말아요. 때가 되면 다시 필 것 서러워 말아요.
The second part of the sand art performance describes True Mother's life course after True Father's holy ascension. The performance depicts True Mother seeking to complete True Father's unfinished work, centered on Vision 2020, offering first 3 years of devotions in remembrance of True Father, and how then Mother advanced in complete unity with True Father, looking to restore nations and religious groups, and finally proclaiming the firm establishment of Cheonilguk.
Non c'è luce in una stanza quando manca il sole. Se non ci sei tu con me, sulle finestre mostra a tutti il mio cuore che è acceso. Chiudi dentro me la luce che ho incontrato per strada. Time to say goodbye. Che non ho mai
Quando si lontana sogno all'orizzonte mancan le parole, il cielo sotto tu segui con me, tu mia luna tu segui con me, mio sole tu segui con me, con me, con me.
다시 한번 천지인 참부모님께 감사의 박수를 올려주시기 바랍니다.
엄마야 누나야 강변 살자
Father, I can still hear you singing that song with joy, love, and hope. Here, we are missing you more and more each day. And you are sitting there, in the holy garden, smiling. Legend has it that an old woman got exhausted and died of hunger and cold and became a flower. Are you visiting us like that flower? You gave us everything, but still it was not enough, and you wanted to give more. Are you waiting for us so that we can find you without getting lost or taking wrong turns? We cannot believe it. We came from all over Korea and from overseas with Father's image still vivid in our hearts, and we are at a loss. Our hearts are painful, and we miss you tremendously. We just bow our heads, shedding tears of repentance, and say that we are sorry.
모든
You
것 다
accomplished
이루시고
everything before you
아름다운
departed.
하늘나라로 가시는 길에
We
꽃길로와
lay
차마
flowers on your
보내지
path to
못하는
beautiful
참
heaven
아버님께
and say goodbye to
마지막
you for one
인사를
last time.
그리고
And we
사랑하는
write to you
마음이
in the hope
아버님께
that our
닿을까
love will reach
글로나마
you.
전해봅니다. 축복.
The blessing.
그날도
We were
그렇게
standing there
아버님
trusting
믿고
you
따르며
and united
섰었죠.
with you that day.
직접
When you
매칭을
introduced
해주실
us
땐
to our
육신의
prospective
부모보다
spouse,
더한
you did it
사랑으로
with more love
정성을
than our natural
쏟으셨습니다.
parents could have. On the
매칭하시는
day you
날에는
conducted the
영적
matching,
안테나를
you
최고로
extended your
올리시는
spiritual
아버님.
antenna to the fullest.
아침부터 밤늦도록
You worked night and
연날
day
며칠을
on this
살피고
task for
살펴
several days.
매칭하셨습니다. 처음
These
만나
marriages
영혼까지
are for
맺어지는
eternity.
배필인데 자신이
You
바라던
worried that
상대가
some might
아니라서
suffer if their
어린
partner is
자식들이
not the person
상처받지
he or
않을까.
she desired.
아마도
Because of
이런
that,
염려가
you cared
크셨기에
so much
그리도
and devoted your big
깊고
and deep
큰
heart
마음을
to this.
주셨을 터입니다.
I can
축복
still see you
가정들이 잘
becoming
살고
happy
있다는 말씀을
when you
들을
hear
때마다
that blessed
참으로
families are doing
흐뭇하시던
well.
모습.
Over
의외로
time, couples
서운합니다.
begin to resemble each other and become parents.
세월이
Did you
지나
know that their
부부가
hearts were
닮아가고
filled with gratitude
부모가
towards you?
문득
From
문득
time to time,
고마움이 솟구치곤 했음을 알고 계셨는지요? 축복
blessed
가정들은
families did not
힘들어도
feel
힘든 줄
hardship,
몰랐습니다.
even when their situations were difficult.
지쳐도 다시
They rose
일어났습니다.
again, even though they were
그렇게
exhausted.
앞만 보고
They only
달렸습니다.
looked ahead.
부모님께서
They could
돌봐주시니
work for the
제 몸
realization of
돌보지 않고
God's will
오로지
without
하늘
looking
뜻이
after
이루어지길
themselves,
바라며
because
활동할
true
수
parents
있었습니다.
looked after them.
참
A special
부모님과
connection
특별한
with true
이유.
parents.
그것은
It was a reason
삶의
for living.
이유였고 참
True
부모님의
parents' love.
사랑.
It
그것은
was the energy
잠든 영혼을
that energized a
움직이는
sleeping soul.
에너지였습니다. 수많은
Even though we
실수도
made
용서해 주신
mistakes,
그
you forgave
품에서
us, and
저희는
we could stand up
다시
again with the
일어설 수
support of your
있었습니다.
generous heart.
산
True
같고
father
바다
and
같은
mother
아버님과
are like a mountain
어머님.
and an ocean.
이제 축복
Now the
가정들은
blessed
참
families,
부모님을 뿌리로
having true parents,
가지
as the trees of
든지라고
life, are
임무성한
growing forests of
생명나무
trees of
숲을
life
이루어가고
with abundant
있습니다.
leaves and strong branches.
최고의 배필을
True father
찾아주시고자
took pains to
고심하고
find the
또
best match for
고심하셨던
each of
아버님.
us.
축복 이후
We can't forget you,
고향으로
who
농촌으로
shed tears and prayed for
풍선치하러
us after blessing
보내시고는
us and
뒤돌아
sending us to our
눈물로
homes,
정성
to farm
들여주시던
villages,
아버님을 잊지
or even to
못합니다.
communist countries.
Japan is the country Father loved so much. He said that Korea is the Adam country, the Father country, and Japan is the Eve country, the Mother country, and poured His love into Japan. The Japanese mission started in 1958 and was the start of the history of overseas missions. We cried and laughed with Father, who said that we should fulfill Mother's duties. He preached about love, life, and lineage, and we were grateful for his words. Notably, he said women's roles are important and personally supervised and training of 160,000 women in Jeju Island and Sutekbi. He continued to preach for a year. He became close to us and gave us his inexhaustible love.
센터리 도권에 후보사는 도권에 지가 이렇게 됐습니다. 더 심한 나가십니다. 이래 それは笑うべきじゃないよ。先生はもう真剣ですよ。先生が言ったら寝ないよ、寝ないよ。俺はもうプラク全体がもう一ヶ月寝かさないで死ぬか生きるか談判して、さあそうやったら一つ聞いてみな、権利でも聞いてみろと、こういうふうに騒ぎながら寝かさないでそれを戦争しないといけないんですよ。それが愛です。
Japan is the mother country, but you couldn't come. You wanted to come and share your feelings and give you your love, but you couldn't. Parents love. Parent hearts ache when they cannot hold a child in their arms. Mother, instead of father, gave her love.
내가 떠나올 때 내 지갑 가져와. 그러더니 엄마 나도 같이 가는 거야. 이거 가지고 와 그러시잖아요.
True mother visited Japan many times. Sometimes visiting churches, sometimes speaking at events. True mother and the children shared father's heart during their times in Japan. They showed so much love and care. He had so much love for Japan. After he started the Ocean Providence full scale, he invited Japanese women to Yosu, a city on the southern coast. His words were deep like an abyss, and his words became a song cherished by Japanese family members.
We flew halfway across the globe and came to see Father's holy body. Our hearts were pounding, and we wished the reality were different. On our way over here, we hoped that he would scold us for coming late. Family members shed many tears. Father's mission began with receiving America, a nation that was suffering after losing sight of God's will and its founding spirit. He said that he was a firefighter and doctor coming to rescue and heal. He became a pioneer who worked to end the Cold War era, beset by opposing ideologies.
가야 하는 것은 내 책임이요. 그것을 책임 전체 움직이게 하는 건 내 책임.
He taught anywhere where there were people. Different languages and different skin colors didn't matter. Family members cheered his enthusiastic preaching. God's providence was spreading across America. Just as Jesus' words spread to the world through Rome 2,000 years ago, Father moved America so that God's words could spread throughout the world. He met U.S. leaders and reminded them of America's purpose and mission. He founded a newspaper to clarify the way mankind should go. He prepared solutions for food shortages and promoted the leisure culture in the 21st century through the Ocean Providence. He said that as communism grew through demonstrations, God's providence developed through rallies, and he organized many events in America. At the rally in Yankee Stadium, Father showed his true colors. On the day of the event, the rainstorm got bad enough to shake the stage. Even though the staff advised him to postpone the rally, he didn't waver. Yet, when the event was about to start, the sky cleared up. We were all impressed by Father's determination never to give up in his mission for God. He even had to spend time in prison when his teachings began to take root in the world.
그러나
But
아버님께서는
he didn't blame
어떤
anyone.
원망도 없이 오히려
Rather,
미국이
he
하나님의
hoped that
뜻 앞에
America would
다시
follow
서길
God's will.
바라셨습니다.
I love America.
Is this love
위하고
that
또
cares and
위하는
cares, the kind
참사랑이라는
of love we
이런
call
것입니다.
true love?
한 사람을 하나 만들고 만 사람을 하나 만들어가지고 만날 수 있는 통일의 요건이 되어지는 것이 하나님이 때를 걸고 여러분 앞에 기대하고 있다는 사실을 잊어서는 안 된다.
원수를
We were
품고
always
전진하는
enlightened by his
그날의
teachings,
사자군은
which
늘
instructed us to
저희를
go forward,
일깨워주고 있습니다.
embracing our enemies.
아버님을
A prayer
위한
for
기도가
Father
시작됩니다.
begins.
모두가
Everyone
자신이
prays to
섬기는
the God
신들을 향해
each of them
올리는
believes in.
기도입니다. 이것이야말로
This is what
아버님께서
Father dreamed of.
꿈꾸시던 일. 모든
All
종교가
religions
하나로
becoming one.
모아지기를
This is what
세계가
Father
하나로
accomplished as
평화롭기를
someone who wished the world to
기원하셨던
become
아버님이
one
이루어
and
놓으신
be at
일입니다.
peace.
종교는
Religion is a
하나님의
river to the
바다로
sea
가는
of God.
강. 아버님은
Father
모든
embraced
종교를
all religions.
끌어안았습니다.
One family under
한
God,
하나님 아래
following God's
하나의
will,
세계.
he accomplished great things that other
그
religions
평화
would
이상
find hard
세계.
to imagine. The
그
peaceful
나라를
ideal world,
아버님께서는
Father said,
천일국이라고
is the nation
하셨죠.
of Cheonbo.
두 사람이 하나 되는 것 이름이 천일국이에요. 두이째지요, 사람이 째지요, 사람이지요, 하나네. 천일국.
In order
하늘의
to
뜻
fulfill
성사를
God's
위해
will,
다른
true
정당이
Father
상상할
achieved
수 없는
things that
많은
people
일을
of other
하시는
faiths
아버님.
could not understand.
종교뿐
Not
아니라
only that,
아버님
in Father's
마음속에는
mind,
국경도
there are no national boundaries.
국경
Remove
철폐.
those borders.
한 하나님
In
아래
one world
하나의
under God,
세계에선
there
당연히
cannot be
국경이
divisions
있을
between
수
nations.
없음에도
It seemed
현실적으로는
like something
불가능한
unimaginable.
과제처럼 들렸습니다.
But this was only according to our limited mindset. When true parents initiate world tours, we realize that borders between nations will eventually collapse. How beautiful it is when people of diverse racial, national, and religious backgrounds unite into one family, just as when music is performed by many instruments playing simultaneously. Father's love can embrace the entire world. In response to the needs of heaven's providence, true Father traveled throughout the world and spent a significant amount of time in South America. True Father associated with the indigenous people as intimately as if he were a fellow native. During his stay, True Father embraced all things, including the earth, the oceans, and all people. True Father expressed much love non-verbally with his warm eyes, smiles, and friendly gestures that won our hearts even more than did his words. Who knows when we will see these expressions again? In order for us to remember eternally the moments when He was with us, as moments we could realize the existence of God, True Father wanted to give everything to us. When he meets with someone, whether old or young, man or woman, True Father treats them kindly with his heart and soul. He expresses many kinds of feelings with a bright smile.
보는 이를 맑게 하고 영혼을 불렸습니다.
During True Father's Seonghwa ceremony, the entire world shed tears together. One member of the House of Lords from the United Kingdom, as well as the former president of Albania, attended. Politicians and businessmen, both local and from overseas, came and honored the memory of True Father with utmost reverence. The Republic of Korea is God's nation and homeland. How can we precisely enumerate True Father's work for the unification of North and South Korea? as well as
정치
for the
경제를
economic
아울러
development of
대한민국을
the
위해
entire Korean
밤낮 없이
peninsula.
기도하고
True Father
지원하셨던
prayed for
아버님.
Korea to prosper politically and economically. With the victory over
이
communism
나라의
movement,
정신을 깨우고
True Father evoked the
전국을
true spirit
순회하며
of his own
잠들어
nation
있는
as he
어를
went on national
되살리셨습니다.
tours. God's will does not
하나님의
separate
뜻은
politics
정치와
and religion.
종교를 구분치 않기에
True Father made this
아버님께서는
point during a
국회를
speech he gave at the
찾으셨습니다.
National Assembly.
국회에서의
signified sharing
말씀은
his
곧
teachings
온
with the whole
국민에게
nation.
말씀을 선포하는 것.
True Father gave his speech at the National Assemblies of Korea, Japan, and the
주계
USA.
장막과 철의 장막을
Furthermore,
걷어제치고
he spoke at the Great Hall
중국
of the
인민
people in China,
대회당과 러시아
beyond the bamboo
크렘린
curtain,
궁에서까지
as well
말씀을
as at the Kremlin in
전하셨습니다.
Russia, beyond the Iron Curtain.
절대 열리지
He
않을 것
opened the door to
같았던
North
북한의
Korea
문도
before any
활짝
others had done
여셨습니다.
so. His
꿈에도 그린
hometown was the land he
고향이었지만
dreamed
갈
of,
수
but
없었던
one he
땅.
could not go to.
내가 여기서 어머니 아버지를 위로하기 위한 개인 방문이 아닙니다. 이북에 있어서 이 2천만 동포들을 살리세요. 38선을 키워가셔가지고 만국의 해방의 자유천재를 맞이하셔. 남북에 있는 형제들이 같이 모시고 국경을 넘어서는 어떤 가져가더라도 그 형제들의 우애를 보호하고 전부 다 효자를 보호하고 또 아들, 딸을 사랑하는 부모의 사랑을 보호할 수 있는 그 천지가 안 됐으니 그런 천지가 될 때에 비로소 아들로 방문해가지고 눈물도 흘리고 어머님, 부모님을 위로하기 위해서 내 돌아올 날까지 기다려주셔 기도했다.
남북
The
통일은
unification
세계
of North
평화로
and
가는
South Korea is a shortcut to
인류
world
역사의
peace,
결실이기에
and thus to good
아버님은
fruits of
지옥의
human history.
밑창까지 뚫는
Therefore,
심정으로
True Father
북한을
loved North Korea
사랑하셨던
with the
것입니다.
heart to liberate hell.
하늘
To
뜻을
accomplish
실천하기
God's will,
위해
True
아버님의
Father
승리는
worked in all
인간
fields of
삶의
human
모든
life.
분야로 향하였습니다.
The economic
경제
activities
활동은 평화
comprise the
세상을
most
만드는
important
중요한
foundation for contributing to a
단순히
peaceful
돈을
world.
버는 기업이 아니라
Through it,
심정
he did
문화를
not simply
만들고
earn money,
인류
but
복지의
advocated a culture of
기틀로
heart,
기술
promoted the
평등화를
welfare of all mankind,
이루어냈습니다.
and championed the sharing of
이
technology.
기술은 우리나라 산업의 초석이 되고 말씀집과 출판물
Technology is the cornerstone of scientific development. Moreover, publications based on
그래서
his
우리는
works and
밤을
teachings
새도
enlighten the
즐거웠습니다.
world.
경제와
Life
동떨어져
cannot be
살 수 없는
separated from
삶.
economics.
아버님의 가르침은 그렇게
True Father's
삶
teachings
속에서
remain with
늘
us at all
함께
times.
했습니다.
The
해양
2012
섭리를
World
중심했던
Expo was held in
여수에서
Yasu,
세계
which is at the
해양
center of the
엑스포가
ocean
열리고
providence.
레저
The Winter
스포츠의
Olympics will
메카인
also be held
평창의
at Pyeongchang.
영평
In
리조트에서
Pyeongchang,
동계
there is the Yeonpyeong
올림픽이
Resort,
열립니다.
which is known as a mecca of leisure and sports.
아버님께서 하신 일에는
The nation and the
이렇듯
world has followed the
국가와
same
세계가
path True
함께
Father has
움직였습니다.
walked.
총재님께서는
I
어차피
think that Reverend
하늘로
Moon is a great man
가셔서
who
또
will do a
많은
lot of
일을
great
하셔야
things in
할
heaven,
어른이
even
아닌가
though
하는
he has
그런
passed away.
위안의 생각도 같습니다.
This is how nature is keeping its original characteristics of creation. The long and exhausting journey of restoring history has lasted for 6,000 years. As True Father communicated with God through nature, He opened the new heaven, the new earth, and the new era. When he came to the earth, chained with life's ordeal under Japanese imperialism, across through fire hell and ice hell in the middle of the night, climbed over rugged mountains and steep peaks, shedding blood, he appeared suddenly, just like a dream. Binding humankind into one family. You are the true father of humankind, no matter what others may say. When you give a blessing, you're just like the spring breeze. In front of injustice, you're just like a tsunami and a rainstorm. A person who can overcome hardships is an eternal prince. After digging the bottom of hell, we can see heaven. If we enjoy the world of happiness and freedom, all kinds of races will become one family and laughter will flow amidst the family. True Father conveyed this day and night. As we can see the green fields of barley after the cold wind following a snowfall. As we can see the green fields of barley after the cold wind following a snowfall. True Father who showed us heaven on earth and in the spiritual world, cleaned up the providential history through shedding blood and overcoming hardships. Just as he came to the earth, he went to heaven suddenly. True Father often referred to nature, which has no trace of the fall. True Father loved the ocean with its waves, surging like God's love. His prayer in Cheonbo toward the ocean was wide and deep, just like the ocean itself. Whenever we see the ocean, we miss True Father. Whenever we hear the sound of waves, we seem to hear Father's voice. Songs were always a part of his life, like his autobiography. He was full of excitement. True Father's surroundings were always full of smiles and laughter. After listening to the tremendous secrets of heaven, all people shared in the excitement together with him. He always put the providence and his disciples first. Therefore, he could not share enough with his own children. Because his children could not spend enough time with Father, his songs may remain in their heart most deeply.
깊은 추억으로 남았겠지요. 황금을 준다 해도 버리마 갈아주는 얼룩선만 못하더라. 손정에 샘이 솟는 내 젊은 가슴 속
True Mother has been leading the Providence with True Father for more than a half century.
장가간 날 전날 밤에 달고 울었더래요. 그러나 가만은 갑순이 뿐이래요. 겉으로는 안 그런 척.
True Father invested everything for the heavenly providence.
물새들 허덕무들 고향에 다 있는데 나는 왜
True Mother deeply understands True Father and has shared immensely in carrying out God's will. True parents trust each other infinitely. They know their hearts just looking into each other's eyes. True parents, have you known how our hearts were warm just seeing your loving relationship?
옛날같이 살고 지고 그네 맘 색동은 입혀 웃고 울고 지내고요. 그날 그 눈물 없던 때로 돌아
길고 긴 즐거움을 간직한 삶.
is located midway up
장락산이라고
Mount
불리는
Cheonbo, which is also
천성산
known
기슭에
as
자리한
Mount Jangnam,
천정궁.
meaning that happiness will stay a
신비한
long
꿈 속에
time. True
아버님은
Father has never
떠나지
left the mystical
않으셨습니다.
realm.
가르침 다 전하시고
He taught
모든
us
것
and
이루신
accomplished everything.
아버님은
He is
언제나처럼
always
우리를
watching over us.
굽어보고 계십니다.
The
비탈진
Cheonbo
공무가 들
providence
성지로
began by
바꾸며
transforming a sloping mulberry
시작됐던
field
충청의 역사.
into a holy ground.
기독교
The
목사들을
Cheonbo holy
교육하기
ground
위해
began
세웠던
with the construction of the
충평
original
원성전을
sanctuary,
시작으로
meant to educate
충평단지가
Christian ministers.
세워졌습니다.
True
일송정
Father
아래
also spent
참
many happy
어머님과
times with
즐거운
True
시간을
Mother
함께
under the
하셨던
Ilsongjong tree.
고생 안 할 거래요. 발을 땅에 안 대고 살아도 되게끔 육해 공을 지위 이렇게 많은 재산을 가진 다 이렇게 커버할 수 있는 그런 부자 사람하고 결혼하게 된다고 그러더래. 18살 10살짜리 처녀 보고 그랬는데 18살에 딱 결혼했잖아요. 나 학교 다닐 때인데. 근데 부자는 무슨 부자야. 그거 하나만 안 맞았지. 그때는 보리밥 먹을 때잖아. 고구마. 나 입도 달 때 그냥. 얼마나 고생했어. 옛말이야.
지금 다 맞았지 뭐. 육해가 온 건.
두분
The heavenly
가정했던 그
palace was
자리에
built at the
하늘의
very
궁전이
site where true
들어섰습니다.
parents spent these intimate times together. Finally, after
하나님이 이
6,000
땅
biblical
위에
years,
안식하시게
Heavenly Father
되었습니다.
has come to dwell on earth.
하늘의 한을
How can we
풀고
understand true Father's
새
suffering,
하늘과 새 땅을
endured in
여시기까지
order to resolve heaven's deep
아버님의
sorrow
그 수고를
and open the gate of
어찌다
a new heaven
헤아릴 수
and new
있겠습니까?
earth?
추모 기간 내내
Morning
충평의
Hoon
아침은
was
훈독회로
held
열었습니다.
throughout the period of remembrance.
세우신 전통에 따라 말씀으로
According to
영혼을
tradition,
맑혀
the soul is
하루를
purified through God's
성별하고
word over the
시작한
course
것입니다.
of one full day.
눈물의
Seeing
배우
him off with our tears,
어찌 우리를
how could
두고
Father leave
가시는지
us?
지상과
Even though we
영계가
are
하나님을
aware that the
알면서도
physical and spiritual
돌아오시라
planes are one,
다시
we
오시라
wish you were here.
터지지 않는
We will
목소리로
raise a shout
외쳐봅니다.
with unbroken voices.
모든 것을 다 이루신
How many days
생애에서
has it been since
편한
Father took his
잠자리가 몇
comfortable
날이나
resting place
되셨을까?
after achieving so much during his
이른
life?
새벽 누구보다
Getting up
먼저
earlier than
일어나시어
anyone and
하늘과
communicating with
소통하시고
heaven.
아무리
Finishing the
고나여도
workday after
자정을
midnight,
넘겨야
no matter
끝나는
how tired he was.
의자에
He
앉아
excelled at
밤을
staying up
세우신
all
날이
night, seated in a
일수였습니다.
chair.
제사야 사는 직접 참부.
먼저
The
지치는
first
사람은
to tire
주변의
were those
제자였습니다.
around him.
어쩌다
How
저기라도
considerate of our
하면
Father to
일부러
purposely
큰
speak in
소리로
a loud
말씀하시어
voice to
잠을
keep sleepy church
쫓아주시던
members awake.
자상한 어머니.
참부는 하나야. 영원히 하나의 둘이 아닙니다. 알겠어요? 하나님의 참부모가 못됐어. 그게 문제지. 별의별로서 저보다 문청대 대신 뭐 한다고 한만 해보라. 문청대 하는 하나의 전부 다 상징적인 이제 체제로서 세워가지고 본받으러 가르쳐줄 수 있는 말세 전통에서 이걸 누가 없어요.
말씀의
Father who
실체이자
spoke words of
실체
truth.
말씀이셨던 아버님.
Though they were your teachings, you loved them
당신의
more than anyone
말씀이었지만
else.
그 말씀을 누구보다
Many
사랑하시고
were the times when you
훈독회
read your
나오시기 전
speech 2
두세
or
번
3
말씀을
times before
훈독하고
coming to
나오실
Hundokwe.
때도 많았지요.
After
1997년
declaring
7, 8절
Hundokwe on
선포 이후
July 8,
하루도 거르지
1997,
않았던 훈독.
Father never skipped a session.
Now
이제
the
전 세계
Unification Church
통일가는
family all around the
참아버님을
world
떠나보낸
is sorrowful
슬픔을
for the
이겨내고
passing
있습니다.
of our true Father.
어머님을 모신
Together
가운데
with Mother,
3일씩을
a special
겸하여
gathering of world
기원절
leaders
승리를 위한
took place
세계
for the
지도자
third day
특별 집회가
ceremony
거행됐습니다.
and a successful foundation day.
하나님을 중심한 하나의 세계, One World Under God은 어떻게 이루어지는 것입니까? 우리 참 사랑을 중심한 축복 이상 가정 완성입니다. 정말 참 아버님은 여러분들을 사랑하십니다. 떠나시기 며칠 앞두고 기원절을 준비하시는 마음으로 여러분에게 커다란 축복의 은사를 내리셨습니다.
신령으로 예배드리고 진리로 말씀을 전하며
conveying words of
사랑이
truth,
넘치던
the early
초창기
days of the church filled with love.
교회를
The church
다시
will undergo
부흥시키리라.
a revival.
아버님
We will
말씀으로
establish the eternal
통일가의
tradition of
영원한
the
전통을
Unification Church
세우리라.
family through Father's teachings.
축복 가정과
We will
자녀들이
create an environment where
사랑스러운
blessed
참된 아들딸로
families and their children can
성장하는
grow to be
환경을
true sons
만들어주리라.
and daughters. Just as Father was, Mother will be leading from the very front of the providence. The radiant countenance of Mother, who looks as if she is meeting Father now in heaven. Just as Father promised to our Unification Church family, Mother returns to Father's graveside. As if listening to Father's words and greeting Father, Mother is forever by his side. As if exhausted from everything, Father kept a tight schedule. Looking back, it was beautiful as his last journey symbolized his preparations for going to heaven. He established the Able Women UN. This was the last organization he founded. And July 16, 2012 was the day he came back to Korea for the last time.
동산 양지 바른 곳에 피어나는 할미꽃.
Past flowers grow in sunny places in the garden.
유난히 이 노래를 더
This year,
자주
this
부르신
song
것을
stood out
알게 되면
particularly, and after seeing how often it was sung, we draw close to the lyrics. During the last hondoke, he asked us to live our lives according to heavenly law.
부모님의 기도는 원형이정은 천도지상, 인리일지는 인성지가. 그 하나님의 복이 아니야, 사람의 복이야.
Before being admitted to the hospital, he shared a meal with Mother. His eyes met with Mother's, who was always with him for meals. Father does not eat and keeps staring into Mother's face. Mother bursts out laughing and asks Father to try this and that. The two have engraved each other in their hearts forever. Gathering all of his strength, and this was Father's last prayer and declaration. You sacrifice your life to give us a great blessing.
정적으로 몇 시간 국가를 대표해서 일일만 대화해가지고 387번 신나라고 하면 다 끝난 거야. 그 일을 다 이뤘다. 아주.
Even on that path
완성을 향해
toward the completion
나아가는
of God's
길
providence.
가운데서도
Father always laughed with
우리와
us
함께
and cried
울고
with us.
웃으시던 아버님의 모습.
Beloved
꿈길에서도
Father,
그리운
who we miss as you take the
사랑하는
path to the
아버지.
spirit world,
뵙고
we miss you.
싶습니다.
We will attend Mother until our dying day,
이
and
땅 위에
engross ourselves
천일국을
in
세우는데
establishing
전력
Cheonbo
투구하겠습니다.
upon this earth. We
언젠가
will become the
천상에서
sons and
아버님
daughters
배울 때
who can meet true
환한
fathers
웃음꽃을
one
피우는
day
아들,
in
딸이
heaven.
되겠습니다. 아버님,
Father, we
영원히
love you
사랑합니다.
forever.
서로가 서로를 미워하지 않고 사랑하는 것.
思いやってために生きれば本当にこうお互い思いやりを持って
幸せを願うことだと。
Nothing threatening that particular state or threatening that even the whole world.
お互いがお互いのことを思いやって전쟁이 없는 거죠.
あるいは戦争の恐れもないということ。
Tranquility, without war, conflict, or dispute. That is what we call peace. Peace is acknowledging our differences and moving toward cohesion and harmony. Let us follow the journey of global citizens who, united in heart, have worked to guide the world toward peace. Last June 22nd, at one hotel in the center of Tokyo, Japan, a significant event concerning Korea and Japan took place. It was the launching ceremony of the 2015 Peace Road in Japan. The Peace Road, with 300,000 participants from 121 nations worldwide, is a journey commenced in the name of world peace, as well as the unification of North and South Korea. This special day also marks the 50th anniversary of the normalization of diplomatic relations between South Korea and Japan. Peace Road 2015 Japan is an event commemorating the 50th anniversary of the normalization of diplomatic relations between South Korea and Japan. I believe that Japanese movements that seek to promote friendly relations between Korea and Japan have expanded through the Peace Road project, and that it has provided an opportunity for the two nations to connect more deeply. After putting an end to Japan's 35-year colonial rule, the Korean Peninsula finally signed the Treaty on Basic Relations between the Republic of Korea and Japan in 1965. However, it has not been easy to overcome the conflict and enmity that has accumulated over the years. But today's opening ceremony by our youth was a different story. These young people who will be trekking across Japan on bicycles while spreading a message of peace have rocked this solemn opening ceremony with their vigor and excitement. The participation of these youth has eased the deep-seated conflict between Korea and Japan, and their contribution to peace in Asia and the world through the Peace Road project is precious beyond measure. The peace relay began with a course of 10,000 kilometers across Japanese territory.
いくつか指摘したいと思うんですが、一つはですね、やはり
Through their participation in this project, by riding on bicycles and in cars, Korean and Japanese youth are playing a huge role in promoting friendly relations between Korea and Japan.
親善のために非常に大きな役割というか意義があると思うんですね。もう一つはですね、
I also believe that the Peace Road project is a way to spread the message that North and South Korea must ultimately unite.
その伝えていくという意味があると思うんですね。
Peace Road 2015 began with the departure of Korean and Japanese youth on bicycles back in 2013. It began with a 3,800-kilometer bicycle course in the name of North-South Korean unification and the establishment of the DMZ World Peace Park. In the following year, several other nations expressed their desire to participate in the Peace Road project, expanding it to the international level. A joint team composed of representatives from 14 nations, including Korea, China, America, and Israel, pedaled their bicycles in unison. Centered on the Korean and Japanese youth, amicable relations between Korea and Japan will contribute to peace and stability in Northeast Asia. And peace and stability in Northeast Asia will contribute to peace throughout the world. With that aim in mind, this project can be referred to as the Silk Road of Peace. In fact, this project can be traced back 35 years ago to the International Conference on the Unity of the Sciences held in Seoul.
If this highway were constructed, actually Asian countries would be linked through the highway, and they would become one. The economic and cultural exchange between them would be so frequent that it would literally enable them to form an Asian common community.
Global citizens are uniting and marching together with the Peace Road Project, which is rooted in the International Peace Highway proposed by the Reverend Sun Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Ja-han Moon for the establishment of an era of global peace. With the construction of the Korea-Japan Undersea Tunnel and the promotion of the Bering Strait Tunnel that will connect North America and Russia, the foundation has been laid for an era of global peace.
아프리카의 희망봉으로부터 칠레의 산티아고까지, 영국의 런던에서 미국의 뉴욕까지 전 세계를 순회 질주할 수 있게 될 세계 초고속도로를 연결해줄 월드 피스 킹 브리지 앤 터널을 완성하고 세계를 일일 생활권으로 만들자는 것입니다.
Reverend Sun Myung Moon's words appear to be becoming a reality. When I first heard him speak on this topic, I thought, is that really possible? But when I saw youth from all over the world riding together for 160,000 kilometers, I realized, wow, this is not a dream. This is reality. On May 30th, Peace Road 2015 began simultaneously in South Africa's Cape of Good Hope, Santiago, Chile, and Las Vegas, USA. The 121 nations visited by Reverend Moon during the last 30 years participated in this 90-day course in the name of world peace.
In the past, we have viewed Korea, America, China, and other nations each as separate entities. But now, we can see ourselves as a global community. I, as a global citizen, am so grateful that there are people who, regardless of nationality, are riding for the purpose of bringing unity to our nation and world peace.
The global participants of the Peace Road Project joined the event in various ways. People participated not only with bikes, but also with cars and boats. Regardless of the time of day, and even walking at times, they commemorated casualties at locations that were scarred by war and spread a message of harmony at locations of religious strife, all while carrying an earnest hope for peace. The significant start of the Peace Road Project was enthusiastically supported and encouraged by the rest of the world. We are extremely grateful that Peace Road could begin in Santiago, Chile, and we are hoping for a successful outcome.
We hope that Peace Road will be successful, and we pray for world peace and the peaceful unification of North and South Korea.
Peace Road 2015, salir a marchar y pedir la paz.
A national Colombian broadcast featured interviews and reports on Peace Road in Bogota, Colombia, and the Universal Peace Federation.
국경선을 철폐하고
By eradicating national borders, promoting the International Highway Project, and connecting continents to each other with bridges, railroads, vehicles, and even footpaths, we will be able to create a global identity as one human family. And that's when world peace will be realized. Last July was as hot as the burning desire for peace. Peace Road headed to the ocean village of Cape Nosapu in Hokkaido, Japan, to film the first launching ceremony in Japan. Located at the easternmost part of Japan, the sun rises the earliest at Cape Nosapu, where the tranquil waters of the quiet morning rippled restlessly as the Peace Road participants arrived. Though it is early, the participants gather one after another without the slightest sign of fatigue. The participants of this 10,000-kilometer course across Japan will spread a message of peace in an effort to reconcile the hostile relations between Korea and Japan. I would like to congratulate all those participating in the Peace Road 2015 project on their departure today, and I'm looking forward to seeing this vision extend all the way to Okinawa. Having 121 nations from around the world gather for such an event with a common desire for peace and unification on the Korean Peninsula is truly astounding. We have been running around for the past 70 years in search of something, and what we have been searching for this whole time is none other than unity. This 10,000-kilometer ride for unification on the Korean Peninsula began here in Japan with enthusiastic cheers and thunderous applause. This is my third time participating, and the scale of the project has broadened each time. As a child of both Korean and Japanese descent, I am very serious about Korea-Japan relations, and I decided to participate in this project as a way of taking concrete action to resolve this issue. All of the bikers were divided into groups of 2 to 3 participants, and each group rode for 20 to 30 kilometers. Is riding a bike tiring? It's a bit tiring, but I am enjoying it. Why did you decide to participate in the Peace Road project? I haven't been able to participate the last few times, but the opportunity came up this time, and I was moved by the clear yet simple message of connecting the world by bikes. So I decided to join with a pure heart of wanting to be a part of this experience. What is peace? I would say that peace is being able to laugh. With this idea that peace exists where there is laughter, the rising hills and blowing winds pose no problems. The burning hope of uniting the divided Korean peninsula is heating up the already humid Japanese islands. That was the beginning of Peace Road in Japan. Departing from Cape Nosapu, they headed toward the northernmost part of Japan, Wakkanai. Despite the heavily overcast weather, everyone eagerly awaits a special guest. What they're waiting for is the arrival of the Peace Road flag that has journeyed through North and South America and the island of Sakhalin. The amount of uncontainable excitement is comparable to meeting a childhood friend.
My heart's racing. I'm looking forward to their arrival. I'm excited but also nervous. I want to greet them excitedly.
How do you feel as the first biker sets out to greet the previous team? I've prepared myself for this moment, and I'm ready to give it everything I have. Sakhalin, a land that has suffered at the hands of both the Soviet Union and Japan. Sakhalin is an island that had known nothing but the pain of division and the longing for peace. As if to comfort their sorrow, it continues to rain all day. The Sakhalin participant finally arrives in the pouring rain.
사할린 동포십니다.
네, 사할린의
This is my first time here, and I was extremely excited. During the 5.5-hour boat ride, I feel a sense of responsibility because I am the only person who came here for this mission. For the cause of Korean unification and world peace, the Peace Road flag arrives from the cold and lonely island of Sakhalin and is handed off to the Japanese biker.
엄마야 누나야 강변 살자
기쁨 담아 사랑
I can
담아
still hear you
희망을
singing that song with
들려주시던
joy,
아버님의
love,
노랫소리
and hope.
아직 귀에 쟁쟁합니다.
Here, we are missing you more
날이
and more
갈수록
each
그리움이
day.
더해가는 저희들은 여기 있는데
And you are sitting there, in the holy garden, smiling.
당신은
Legend has it that an
누워
old woman got
웃고만
exhausted
계십니다.
and died of hunger and cold and became a flower.
자식 찾아 가는
Are
길에
you visiting
꽃이 된
us like that flower?
할미꽃처럼 저희를
You gave us
찾아오고
everything,
계십니다.
but still it was not enough, and you wanted to give
모든
more.
것 다 주고도
Are you waiting
모자라
for us
길
so
잃지
that we
말고
can
바른
find you
길
without getting
찾아오라
lost or taking wrong turns?
기다리시니까
are struggling for make a peace in their country. So I think that through this peace world, we're gonna participate from